Get to jump into this game. Oregon map 1, and it's Ying Grim off the board, Nick.
I was curious here. I want to say it. I am curious if we'll see a clash ban from W7M because we know Vidiking, we know FaZe, they like to bring this operator. So far, the Ying, the Grim, the Fenrir, it's right by the script. This is what they've been doing throughout this tournament on Oregon from both these sides, and it speaks to the strengths and weaknesses of both teams here. But no, W7M, they do not go for the target ban. They will go with their good old stable of Tuberau.
So the Azami then will sneak through. The most banned defender from FaZe in this tournament. And the crowd already screaming the name of their favorite team. The stage is set for an epic match.
It certainly is. The stage filled to the brim. 10,000 people stacked to the rafters here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Already, these people have captured the hearts of Siege fans everywhere. Regarded as one of the best crowds that we have ever seen in this game. And for one last time, let's see what noise this crowd can make for these two juggernauts. The socials were 50-50. The crowd seems 50-50. Nick, everything says that this should be one of the best SI Grand Finals of all time.
Yeah, and I agree with it. I wanted the FaZe W7M matchup because they've been at it domestically, but not quite internationally. And also, put us on Brazil against Brazil with this crowd. That is the final that we deserve.
Let's jump in then. Map number 1. Round number 1. Defensively, we're going to basement, the pick of W7M. Nothing standing out as being too unusual in terms of their composition, but looking across to the attack, some intriguing picks. The gridlock in play, so flank watch available. Capital will be a key player in the late round for clearing space. And keep an eye on KDS as well on the floor as he'll be tasked with clearing all that utility stack for the defense.
But speaking of the early round right now, it's about feeling each other out in the server. Who's gonna get that opening pick? Who's gonna get the crowd to either boo against them or roar with them when they find it? And it's a slow one. We know FaZe, they're not the quickest to enter the building, but when they do, usually they have 5 players alive. They play close together because they really want that open engagement. And in the grand finals, when the pressure is this high, it only makes sense that W7M, despite being a very aggressive team usually, are all on site in basement.
And these teams, Nick, so difficult to split heading into today. They both have a 50% attacker win rate, 63% on the defense. I mean, they are equal in almost every part of the game at the moment.
Charge deployed. 5-man stack down below for W7M to begin. It's smart, it's safe. You don't really want to be making mistakes this early on. So, but the downside to that is you give FaZe a lot of that time up above for free. They open the hatches, meeting's gone. 90 seconds left in the round, and the Roteros make their way through Freezer, clearing some of these keeper barriers to create that space for FaZe on that eventual push. They must, though, get multiple angles of attack.
The big thing to look out here is W7M. They're really good at knowing when to lash out on defense. They will play it safe. They'll make it seem like, hey, we're not going to do anything, but out of nowhere, they might just explode into the attackers.
It's been a slow build up here for FaZe, but it's the expectation. Will they be able to pounce onto site? KDS with a final Rotero. He sends that through Freezer. The util clear here from FaZe has been pretty spot on. The groundwork is now laid. Can FaZe build upon it?
50 seconds remaining in this opening round here for 6 Invitational 2024. Who can find the opening kill? Will it be FaZe to make their way into site a little bit easier? Cyber through Freezer cannot connect with the initial shots that he outlays, but he pushes forward slowly with JV92 watching his very position from this deployable shield. Double push from Freezer, double push from Laundry, but it is handy onto Hurt. The opening shot for FaZe, and they double down, and Handy gets aggressive. Goes for the skeleton key. Flawless start for FaZe here in the grand final.
I don't know. How does it start in a flawless attack? We said they were slow to get their 5v5, but Gus, how do you start off this strong?
I thought the shield standing in Laundry was perhaps going to pose some problems for the attack, but FaZe able to just mow it down. The buck and the skeleton key to go deep to that connecting wall. A flawless start at 6 Invitational 2024 for the grand final.
I gotta be honest, when we saw the map V2, when I saw them, face Pig Oregon off, I'm thinking, that's the 50-50 map that no team wants to go to in the finals because you might just lose because you don't know what's gonna happen really. It's up to those micro decisions in the server. But if you pick this map, you start an attack, the less favored side, but you pull this off, that sends a message.
Oh, I mean, just look at that kill there. Caught off was Nade. And the push through freezer still clean despite that keeper barrier standing. And we said before there was a bit of a split in the crowd, probably in favor of W7M, but the noise emitted from the pocket of FaZe Clan members or fans that are here at the event is astounding.
Unfortunately, such is the case sometimes in esports. Things don't quite go to the script. A tech pause here after just one round, and it does just kind of leave us a little bit yearning for that second to come. Hopefully not too long. There is a little bit to talk about though, Nick. Of course, slow was the pace set by FaZe early on, but a lot of that was because W7M gave them that space. They didn't contest up above, they didn't go for spawn picks, and they certainly didn't contest those hatches.
Well, you're right, and that's the thing that's not very common for W7M. When we think about this team, when we see them play Oregon, they like to match aggression with aggression, but the issue that they face here is that FaZe Clan, they're not an aggressive team, so they can't match it. If you run around the map, go for those spawn peaks, FaZe will be watching those angles and shut them down. So you said it yourself, they play it safe, but they also get slightly punished because they didn't have anywhere on the map to play with. The bomb site, of course, overrun by the attackers.
The other thing as well was they had that split. Laundry 2, Freezer 2, and a little bit of pressure as well from backstairs. So they were able to at least work the angles onto site, and that made it difficult for W7M. They weren't able to have the numbers to stop that push from Freezer, from Laundry. Eventually, you just get overwhelmed, and it ends up being a flawless start. I can say that we're very likely to get back into this second round very, very shortly here. A dramatic start, a flawless start for FaZe. Of course, it is the opening map in a best-of-5 grand final, so you don't take too much from just one round.
No, you can't, and I mean, this is the long game. You can even lose a map. I mean, you can lose two. The comeback is always possible.
You would know.
I would know. The one time, I mean, we spoke about this before, right? What do we want as casters from this? 5 maps. It's very simple. And then a great game of Rainbow Six Siege.
It looks like we're moments away now from jumping back into the server. FaZe with a flawless way to open up this match. We head to top floor then for round number 2. Can W7M formulate a response? They are a team that have already proven time and time again when they're under pressure they can step up. They've made the lower bracket run. They clutched up against Virtus Pro. This is not going to be enough to shake them. It's going to take one hell of an effort here from FaZe Clan to really apply some serious pressure in this match.
You're right. And, I mean, they even sent home G2 as well, right? The current reigning hammer lifters. One thing for FaZe, though, they don't have any ego about them. They'll have a starting plan going to every single round, but they're not afraid to change on a dime if things do not work out, nor to brute force if they feel like they have to. So you expect here calculated, very slow beginnings, but if they have to change, they will. If they have to go fast, they will.
The biggest thing I'm looking for W7M will be that pace. We saw it in that opening round. Said it a couple times already. Slow down in the basement. Well, guess what? We got upstairs now. Kid storms, and already you can see Herds over towards that armory position, and so he's already wanting to contest. Now you've got JV92 as well towards Big Tower. So immediately we see the response. More aggressive positions, happy to get into the face and take those early contact fights with FaZe.
JV92 loves to play these sort of power positions. FaZe have the tools to deal with him though. The Capital line combo, if they want to play into it. FaZe are the best example of a team that will avoid the strongest part of a defensive hold. They will pivot. They will change up their push. So they may elect not to contest JV92, but you can see Handy perhaps keen to get in Big Tower and get to work on the Mav.
We see both teams studying each other here. They've seen them play Oregon. They know the patterns that they have because they tend to play the same style most rounds. JV in Big Tower, but it's Herds and KC usually in the front looking for things as the Cyber downstairs to the buck. No vertical destruction just yet. The advance up armory stairs looking for an opening.
They haven't got Attic. Obviously, they haven't even cleared. JP, Cyber, takes the initial shot. He comes off second worst. He's still got a bit of pressure, though, for FaZe, and away he goes through bedroom into trophy. We can cast over towards Philippe Potts, trying to deny that entry, coming in from the balcony on the rappel. Pressure again for FaZe. Handy over towards Big Tower as well, and it is Cyber. Makes entry into pit, gets the kill. Trade does come through from that that added position, which is still in favor of W7M because of that big tower hold, because of what the Oryx can do through the hatch. Vidiking, oh, double kill from Vidiking! JV, can he win the battle? No, Handy makes it a 3 versus 1. He had to win that, JV. If he got that kill, it's a 2v2. No, gets the down onto Vidiking, and suddenly makes this a little bit more comebackable. No, KDS is watching. FaZe just look on the outset of this grand final. They've not really put anything wrong.
Huge double kill there from Vidiking. As the first trade came through, he aggressed towards the breach. Felipox could not cover that position without exposing himself to that bedroom balcony. And that attack, again, ruthless, making W7M pay for the small mistakes that they're making at the moment.
We saw FaZe, again, being able to just, out of nowhere, say, you know what, it's time to go. There was like, what, a minute and 14 seconds left. Cyber will just flashbang, go through pit, get the opening kill, and he gets traded immediately. It's a 1-for-1, and that's not necessarily a good thing, but the entire team of FaZe was behind them, supporting, cutting off rotation. Vidiking, who is on the scoreboard, not the guy we expect to see much from, he goes in, follows on Capitao. You got the fire, you got the smoke, but what they needed there was not utility, they needed manpower.
You need guns. As simple as that. Mechanically sound, the repositioning on point, really well played.
Needs to be said as well, for those unaware, Oregon essentially tied for worst map when it comes to attacking. So the fact that for FaZe, they've already got 2 attacking rounds early on, especially with the fact that in that opening round it was on basement, which statistically is the best when it comes to defending on Oregon. So, perfect start for FaZe. Now we beg the question, the response from W7M, where's that going to come from?
So it's the shock drones now in play. Cyber on the Twitch. Into the Solace, though, of Herds. Solace can really punish the attack if they're leaning into pre-placed drones. As well, can help to bolster the protection on site. Because, of course, those shock drones can counter a ton of that utility.
Yeah, but then we got the Togepi, we got the Jackal, we got really strong and guns from the attack inside, and a quicker pace here right now from FaZe, kind of keeping them guessing as to what's the style going to be. Slow, methodical, explosive out of nowhere. Is it going to be relying on utility, for example, or drone intel? Right now, FaZe, they're just lingering on the server. Very split across, but a lot of map control being asserted.
I mean, they're trusting their system. They're bringing their game plan into this grand final. If W7M adjust, I'm sure they will as well. But at the moment, it's a strong start. Vidiking taken low. A contest through split, and the hard breach will fall.
Fight's not over. Into a classroom. JV couldn't get the response that he was searching for on to Sol. Still over towards split. It's Herds being aggressive on that Solus. That's the response, the question that was begged. And finally the response has come through, courtesy of Herds. Cyber's down, but not out just yet. And then he gets caught. Backside of meeting coming from Big Tower. Handy made entry, but there's still got a bit of pressure there from Felipox.
I've not seen this kind of excellent play from both teams right now. It's pixel perfect from both sides, fighting back and forth. Members injured, and now hopping down the hatch.
KZ dropped down. He wants to take the fight, but he goes for a different option. Rotates away. KDS is low. Can play the Inox scanner on the Jackal, creates sightlines in towards security. And then pressure on Handy. Sharp shot from Handy, and so far the perfect start. 4 versus 3 now as FaZe retake the lead here in this round. 60 seconds remaining.
Great work from FaZe to shut down that flank potential. It now bolsters their man advantage. Cyber now, shock drones, as we mentioned, critical, can chip away at that utility. The Goyo canisters and those smoke canisters are both key in stalling out this push. Now they're gone. They're going to be wasted. They'll be expired by the time FaZe are ready to push.
Also here, KDS, Handy, Cyber, still on HP. Any fire, Toxic Babes will stall them out or take them down outright. FaZe are not having much health to work with. It might just be an issue for them.
It might be a similar push to what we saw in the opening round. It's a double push through Laundry. A couple of players through Freezer. Cyber goes for a drone. Nade hasn't been spotted in that hallway position. It might red pinged out. Information comes through from the Jackal of KDS. Still one more scanner. Smokes go out. Cyber makes the slow push as well, coupled with Salt, who has the diffuser in hand. Down to the final 15 seconds. Sprays go out, but he doesn't find the target. Felipox gets the opening kill, and he's knocked down. Cyber, Sol, in a 2 versus 3. W7M are looking to make a statement, but Sol! Attack of Oregon!
That's not supposed to happen! Hertz, KC, they're on their own. They only get 1 kill short, but they buy so much time. Then you got the Goyo canisters, the toxic babes, the defense looked perfect, but somehow FaZe found the gap.
I commented on the toxic babes, and I thought that they were going to be expired by the time the push came to shove. They were all still standing, arguably placed to perfection. Yet despite that and other pieces of utility standing in the way of FaZe, they once again are able to overload key positions, win those engagements. And I tell you what, now that pressure perhaps is starting to mount a little bit now for W7M.
I mean, I love that start, at least for W7M, showing a bit more strength and presence up above. But my goodness, this is the back-to-back reigning major champions, and they look a little bit shook right now from FaZe, the team that in those very major tournaments got knocked out in the semi-finals, both times falling before the final hurdle. But right now, they are making leaps and bounds to start this sixth invitational. 3-0 on attack? Nick, this is unheard of.
I did not see this coming. I gotta say, right now, this is all about FaZe. They're in control, they're setting the pace, they're making all the right decisions. But I do feel like W7M, they gotta change something up. They had the same kind of what should I say? They've been only committing half the time. We saw 2 roamers last round, but normally they have 4. So they're trying to play in both oceans. We're gonna play safe, we're gonna play risky. Hurts Casey, go crazy. The rest of us play on site. No, play as a team. 5 players. We saw a documentary on Breakable that W7M they say, guys, when the communication isn't there, we don't win as a team. We have to play as a team. We've not seen that yet.
And I think a good example of that in the previous round was Philippox, rear stage. He elected not to push through, support that roam inside of meeting, perhaps just being a little bit conservative in a match where being aggressive, being in the face of your opponent can give you a significant advantage if played correctly. So we enter now into round number 4. It's a top 4 defense for W7M. Can they get their first here in the grand final?
That's the question that I'm asking as well. And now we see FaZe change it up again. Slow, fast, fast, slow. And right now it's about an intel game for W7M. They want to know more things in the map. That's why the Valkyrie's being brought out.
4 nitro cells here from W7M. So understanding with that, they probably want to play the vert positions that they can use. Obviously, you can also throw them out of windows, like big window, for example. JB plays aggressive into classroom, denies that kind of front door entry position, but he gets caught on fire. W7M are wanting to play a little bit more aggressive, but it's getting shot down by FaZe.
Yeah, it is. Every single time. Opening kills, favoring the attack right now. That's how you win these rounds on Oregon. You build that early lead.
As you mentioned, though, several nitro cells still remain here for W7M. Is that the clutch factor that can bring the round back?
They want to peek. They want to see if they can catch someone from FaZe off guard. W7M need to be the ones that put their feet in front of each other and start moving, but it's handy. And it's FaZe again, wanting to make that entry into the site. The Philippox gets the denial. There comes Nade onto Vidikin. But Soul's in response every single time. FaZe have got the answers. Still 1 nitro cell for KZ. Rips it, but misses KDS altogether. Yeah, he's still alive. And Philippox now top white makes his entry known. Flash, no, he's not white at all. KDS doesn't miss. KZ, though, can't clutch. And so far, it's all FaZe.
It's the same thing happening multiple rounds now in a row where we go, oh, W7M might get around here. They look pretty mighty fine, but then they don't. FaZe, every time in the early round, will either get an even trade or the early advantage. That's the one part of it. But then late round, they always find a way into the bomb site. They always trade out in favor, and they have forced the back-to-back major champion into a tactical timeout after just playing 4 rounds.
Now, we got to speak to a lot of the fans outside of the arena today. I think the split inside the building is probably 70-30 in favor of W7M.
Yes.
So if you think the crowd is loud now, well, they're probably a bit stunned because W7M certainly are the hometown heroes, and they are forced into an early tactical timeout, down 4-0 to FaZe. FaZe are the upper bracket team, but W7M are the back-to-back major champions looking to seek that hammer that has eluded them since SI23, and so far not off to the best start here in their final last dance.
I'm picking up on the point from Nick about the emphasis on the early round.
Oh my God.
And the entry. Kills like that. It only is narrowly in favor of FaZe heading into this match. 57% to 55. We're talking narrow margins. At the moment, though, it's not looking like that.
It's not. And I mean, we've been watching WSM for a full year, and the big story takeaway that I always hear is, what do you do against them? Where are the gaps, where are the weaknesses? Well, almost no teams in the last full year of Siege has been able to expose those at all.
And the other thing as well, there's always these question marks about pacing and how should you play this game. Should you go fast? A G2, for example, a W7M. Those two, in fact, are basically the top two teams when it comes to time on entry. You know what's one of the lowest teams? Third last, in fact. Tied third last.
Yeah.
It's FaZe. About a minute and a half thing. That's a good, almost close to 25 seconds slower than W7M. And so that's quite a staggering difference. But despite that, they actually have the same amount of attacking win rate. So it really does go to show, in this era of Siege, you don't have to follow a script, you can play your own way.
You say it's the third slowest, is that correct? Third slowest? Yeah.
Right.
But watching these rounds, I'm not thinking FaZe is a slow team. Yeah, they will set things up correctly, but when they start going, they do not stop.
Well, round 5 then, ready and raring off the back of that tactical timeout. I'm heading to the basement site. KZ to play first contact on Wamai, and those discs are great counter to the Count Batal. Flushed out though. Cyber probing, and there's another outline. His partner in crime. It's Herds on the Warden, so Cyber needs to be very careful here.
I mean, W7M just can't get these early contact fights to go their way. Again, it's another one for FaZe. And obviously at this point now, I think W7M look a little desperate. They're seeking it really aggressively and probably a little overzealous in that, and now they're getting really punished for it.
And that's the thing. This is kind of what we want to see from W7. Usually, they do play overzealous, they do play those high risks, but again, emphasize here, they do it as a team. Velipox, not the guy to solo or ghost typically. We gotta talk about KC and Herds, where are they? But on this round, they're playing stuff like Omai, and...
Has he been drawing?
Yeah, is Herds actually sneak? Oh, he's got the flank. He's got the creep around.
Herds coming through the corridor very slowly, and maybe a moment for W7M that could bring a round back, a round that they've still yet not been able to find successfully. Logic Bomb goes out, and with that, Herds has to actually pull back momentarily.
Just has to buy his time. He can put that phone to sleep and re-aggress on the flank later in the round. KDS already inside of Freezer alongside Cyber. Two big targets for him to find.
Thing is, Hertz timing here. He wants to find more than one kill. He's looking for the lurk very slowly, but his team is saying, it's not time yet. Wait, let them all come down the staircase, then go for the flank.
Double push Freezer. Hertz will be the player to go for that flank for W7M. It's the best win condition that they have thus had so far. Hertz must win this in dark. Headshot on the Cyber. But Core maybe didn't anticipate KDS. He is watching the stairs profusely, expecting then KZ to swing. Now takes the battle in the DMR battle with the Aruni of JV92. Wants a bit of help and will seek and get it from Nade. One gas bait still left in the back pocket as well. 3-on-2 for FaZe. W7M holding on by the skin of their teeth.
And the smoke canister will just stall out the default plant for a little while longer.
Little shift over the hand. He's got a good push coming in from elbow. JV falls, and they know the last one remains inside of Freezer with no gas babes. The chance here for Nade is very unlikely. Does his twin brother come and finish the job off? Handy wants to go for the peak. Nade, the red ping, a little bit of information up close from Pillar. It sells. It is a disaster of a start for W7M, but for FaZe, it's a dream that's becoming a reality. 5-0, and that little camp of W7M is silent.
If you want to know what a near perfect round of Siege looks like, you have to watch back that round. Anything from KDS catching the flank on the Freezer stairs, despite that being a big surprise factor. No hesitation from the side of FaZe Clan. And they commit laundry. They go down Freezer, but they make that big thing they're known for, the mid-round rotate, where they recognize this is not gonna work. 3 people will go backside. Big tower, meeting hatch, outside blue double door, and while W7 is so distracted trying to retake Freezer with 2 people against 1, that's all there is to find. And then the backside attack comes through, and it's how to secure that 5th round in a row.
I keep looking at that damn deployable shield that doesn't get taken down.
Right.
And despite that, FaZe brute forcing their way through Freezer once again. What a play from KDS. He reacts to the call and then immediately expects the re-aggression from KZ. Fantastic couple of shots there with the DMR, and the rest of his team locking it down nicely.
Really is about the balance. Kirkser made a pretty big interview with TCG after their loss against W7M when they were here on stage, and he said, Sonics, well, we couldn't find our balance, when to aggress, when to fall back, and that dance around. And so far in this event, up until now, I think Virtus Pro came the closest to beating W7M by having the right pace, knowing when to hold an angle, expect aggression, and when to aggress yourself. But FaZe, they have played it perfectly when it comes to balance for these 5 rounds in a row.
I mean, it should be said, through this upper bracket run for FaZe in the tournament thus far, at no point have they 7-0'd a team.
Oh.
Imagine a world in which that happens to begin an SI Grand Final. Well, it's not too far away from being a reality. 5-0 start into the final round of the half. And again, mind you, there are absolutely no expectations for FaZe that they're going to squander this chance in the second half. Going onto the defense, they will be in the driver's seat for sure.
Oh boy, flashes, rappel on in, and we see those of them this time. They're not fighting it. They're falling back. They're saying, okay, when you want to take space, we'll give it up. Yeah, sure, we'll kill a drone, fall back because they've killed 5 so far. JV on Solus looking to gain more intel here, but it comes down to, again, the entries.
So JV92 chipping away at that drone economy, and as you can see in the top left, only 3 remaining here for FaZe. Would that be their downfall? Will that be the error, or perhaps the counterplay from W7M that they've presented and shutting that down? Could that be the win condition for them to finally get a defensive round win here on Oregon?
Very well may be. And again, we might actually see the timing an issue right now. We see here the duos, Solus and the Oryx playing together on launcher side. But the catch is there. KD's again outside the building, holding it down.
5 versus 3. And again, it's FaZe that set the pace, the tone. The trendsetters at the moment in this map of Oregon, W7M, are on the back foot the entire way through this first half and remain so even towards the very end. Cyber gets aggressive through bedroom. The flush went out, gets the red pigment nade on the swing. Successful. Another one on the balcony. At least a little bit of a fight back here from W7M, but JV can't make the flank work. Denied, shut down. This is a slaughter! Absolutely perplexed as to what we are seeing right now to begin this grand final. 6-0 to FaZe in the opening half. It is their map pick after all, and boy, are they showing us why.
We gotta talk about something here. Gentlemen, this is a best of 5. It works very differently than your traditional best of 3s. It's about the long run. If you're W7M, by my experience, by what I believe in, it is mental toll on yourself. It's gonna be a long night. I say you quote-unquote give them Oregon, and yet sucks to lose Septid.
FaZe are up 6-0. There's no letting. They have run all over W7M. 6-0, match point map. This is basically all that is now.
Yeah.
A default map because W7M have not shown up.
Since the best of 5 format has been introduced to the most dominant was G2. Map 3 of Bank in 2019. That was a 7-1 victory. No 7-0s to speak of.
Wow. I mean, history will be made one way or another tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah. Records are meant to be broken, and Vinicking gets droned out, fourth back. Does get rid of the drone, does also throw out a gas babe early on. Good information early for W7M. Might just find their groove on the attack. Less pressure, if you will, although the pressure's gone at this point because they're so far behind. But W7M will have to be utterly perfect if they are to do it. And like you said, Nick, maybe in a best of 5, it's better to conserve that energy.
Has to be a consideration. So hard in the first map so far. They got Fence, Handy, and Cyber, but they have impacts.
Role in capturing control through Freezer for FaZe.
We gotta see Handy or Cyber make a rotate once they see those Ocean Shields getting deployed, those Talon Shields, and KD is just there. So now if they get the intel, go for a swing, out impact goes, take that Freezer control back.
5 stack on site for FaZe defensively has kind of allowed W7M to get into very critical positions. Laundry and Freezer, an open kill for Hertz finally. Start to strangulate those of FaZe on site. Handy has been quite good. Who's going to get the response for FaZe? Because it feels like it's coming. They've been the team so far in this map that have always had the answers.
KDS as well with keeping barriers through Freezer. Keep an eye on Handy though, on the chassis.
The lead pops now comes in on the blitz. White gets the kill. Double for Handy. Then they all fall. Vinicking and Cyber in a 2 versus 2 to win this in a 7-0 fashion for FaZe. They've got the chance to create history, but Vinicking falls. Down to Cyber. Coming through Pillar. Nade for the plant. That's a big plant. Watch down at the KZ. Cyber, can he create history to begin this Invitational? No! Invitational.
And the crowd loves it. They've been waiting for that for a long, long time. We have a call in from Jesse, who's gonna break something down, I guess, for us.
Yeah, guys, I can't say I'm coming to you with great news for W7M fans. Obviously, this has been a rough game for them so far, and going on to the attack is going to be even more difficult than that first half, because the last time we saw FaZe play on Oregon, they were undefeated on their defenses. They got a 5-0 half against the Sonics a few days ago in playoffs. Clash play that we saw from Vidaking. That's something that I know Pengu has touched on already in the operator bands. If we see that clash from Vidaking, which plays inside of the closet, slows anybody walking into Master, and allows Handy, or KDS I should say, to swing in from Trophy and get kills, that's going to be very difficult for W7M to deal with. So watch out for that when and if.
Quickly, Jesse, before we jump back in. Oh, no, Jesse's gone. Okay, see you, Jesse. That's all right. We'll talk to you later. It's all good. I think the map's going to be over soon anyway. Let's jump back into things. 6-1 the scoreline. W7M able to ward off a historic first map with that 7-0 storyline now put to bed.
Just done by round. Either they have to go all the way to overtime or they gotta lose soon, because losing like 7-5 again, those energy reserves. But I think you said it well, Sonox.
By W7M. I know it seems difficult and a long journey, but that has to be the mindset here. Forget the scoreboard. Take it out of your mind. Treat each round as if it's 0-0. You cannot let that scoreboard affect you here. Teams have been able to make these gigantic comebacks before, and boy, wouldn't it be great if they could do it here at the 6-7 to your next map.
You can start feeling comfortable in the server, take this as a warm-up, if you will, right? Get everybody active, get the communication flowing, and if you end up feeling better than you started off.
Already inside a freezer. Some of those Goyo canisters have been blue.
Oh, big impact though from Cyber. And I'm not just talking about the nade, it's the fact that he gets the kill, and that really does put a wound for W7M onto their attack. Down a player means they cannot overload these positions on site as easily. Flash plus the smoke to allow the crossback, really, but holding an aggressive close angle as JV92.
And make it work with the man disadvantage. It's a really tough challenge, especially on a site like Basement Oregon, where you need to have a lot of pressure, but it's KZ to drop Cyber.
I think JV's going for a bit of a rotate here. Light hatch drop might be the play. Oh, KZ gets the kill. It's KDS. FaZe were looking for the response. Still over towards Elbow. That does need to be cleared out. For Leapbox there, though, of course, with KZ. Shoulder to shoulder, they can push together. The flash. It's full white for Vidaking. No response comes through. Free for KZ before it falls to Handy. Trade zone. Pillar. One back by FaZe. Down to a 2 versus 1 because Davey with his battle. Handy versus for Leapbox to try and seal this map for FaZe. It's down to Handy. Philippe Pox goes hunting. Kid not with him. He's done it. Handy for FaZe wins the opening map of the 6th Invitational Grand Final. It's 1-0 to FaZe. What an early statement.
My word. A 7-1 curtain raiser from FaZe, dismissing any doubts that this was going to be a runaway for W7M. They have now set that bar high.
That they have. I mean, I commit to this being a massive fan of W7M, but seeing that kind of performance on Oregon, we don't see it all that often. And it wasn't anybody that was doing crazy things we've never seen before. They just did that usual good stuff with so much precision for both teams.
I guess the one upside for W7M, they conserved a little bit of energy because they're so quick.
They certainly can. All right, let's go and see what those on the desk have to say for this opening match.
Thank you very much to Gus, Xenox, and Pengu, and I'm sure that as this game continues, there will be no voice left on our casters. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos. With me are Fresh, Fabian, and Ann. Now let's get started with this game. I think the biggest story for this SI, Fabian, has been attacks win you the game. Has this been the case here?
I mean, yeah, that's hard to say anything against. I mean, we saw 7 attack wins. How often do we see that on Oregon? I mean, the basement bomb side is like, I don't know, so high percentage win rate that it's incredible. And the way that they did it, it's they didn't make any mistakes. They overwhelmed W7M in every single situation. The timings were so on point that when pressure came from one side, it also came from the other. The map obviously is shaped like an L. That's hard to miss.
Yeah.
But they were coming in from everywhere at the same time.
You can look at games and you can be like, that is a pinpoint of how to play Oregon. From FaZe, that wasn't a pinpoint of how to play Oregon. That was a pinpoint of how to attack and how to play together as a team. every single time somebody died, within a second, they were being traded out. A teammate was picking up a kill, again, to keep that man count rolling.
And Fresh, since we have you on this, we talked about the brother buff, I guess, on both sides, and the debuff in the entire game between Handy and Nade. Can we follow up? Who's been winning so far in map 1?
Well, it was Handy. We are going to keep you up to date right throughout this whole grand final. This is kills only onto each other. So you can see that Handy is currently 2-1 kills onto Nade. Nade only got his only kill onto his brother with a smoke toxic babe as well.
You got to hand it to him.
Hey!
He got the first kill and the very final kill of the game as well, really starting and closing it out there. But it showed why FaZe picked this map. They were so confident, like you mentioned, on the attacks, not making a single mistake, always having the right to know the end, it showed.
I think that the mistakes that were made from W7M side, I don't even think that they were any mistakes, really. It's just that they are playing against a team that plays very differently and plays a lot into them. And W7M so far throughout this tournament have not really been punished for their aggression. And FaZe today, yeah, they didn't allow them to fall back. They didn't allow them to push up. They just kind of stayed away and then took long fights that I don't think we've seen so much from so far.
Is it structure? What is it that's winning them, Fresh?
I think you've got to, for W7M, you've got to wonder whether it's a little bit of pressure, right?
Yeah.
I think the pressure, obviously, of a grand final gets to anybody. God, I was scared before coming on this desk. But the one thing that I will say is we're so used to see from W7M, Hertz and KZ particularly, is this kind of snowball effect. They pick up 1, they pick up 2, they pick up 3. Yesterday, they were fighting their ways out of multiple crossfires. Today, we've not really seen any multi-kills coming out of those guys in quick succession whatsoever. FaZe have just been shutting that down.
Yeah, they can get 1 on the flank, for example, but then are going to get shut down immediately after. And sometimes that confidence indeed that we saw, it was lacking a bit now. We saw players sitting behind shields, unsure whether they should peek, trying to peek. It looked a little bit shaky. The confidence is missing so far from W7M.
Is it lack of confidence or too much respect?
It's not too much respect, that's for sure. It's just that they have something to lose. That's the thing. We've talked about the Dynasty before. Now they come up and this is the one game they fell almost short against Virtus Pro. Almost. Now they go up against FaZe, which is a more, I would say, a completed team than Virtus Pro. Let's not take anything away from them. They had a great event. But FaZe is that one step above them, and this is the reason why they came from the upper bracket.
Have we had any eyes on support play in this map? Because it's very easy to pick out gunfights, especially when it's, you know, so one-sided on the scoreboard. Have you spotted anything yourself, Fabian?
It's mostly the drone work and just the timing of FaZe, because all that comes down to communication, right? And that usually comes from the supports, that, like players behind you calling what they need next, or that the players are taking advantage of the information they're being fed by their support players. And right now, I don't see FaZe making any mistakes.
They're not. They're really not. Like, that is just literally a perfect map. The one thing that I will caveat that with is that was their pick before any maps were banned.
Absolutely.
They were supposed to win that map, and it was a very brave pick from them. I think Oregon's always a danger to go with, but they knew how comfortably they were, how comfortable they were going to be on the attack, and they know W7M likes to play a bit slower behind the utility when they're defending it. They were fully ready for W7M.
Final thoughts, Anne?
Well, I mean, one player that I really want to highlight is Souls. I feel we talked about Cyber being so strong on the entry, but Souls definitely showed up as well, really making it easier for them. And even though they got the entries quite often, whenever it was W7M getting the entries, they were immediately punished, and sometimes FaZe could even take an extra kill with that as well.
All right, friends, thank you very much. That is map number 1, Oregon, going the way of FaZe Clan. This buff crowd here is just not working out, but that is only map 1 of a best of 5 series. We'll take a quick break and then fill you in on map 2. And welcome back, everybody, to 6 Invitational 2024. For those that don't know, we're almost breaking the viewership record at an Invitational in the entire history of Rainbow Six. So call your grandma, tell her to watch. She's got to be part of this too. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Melstamatic, your host. With me are my good friends Fresh, Fabian, and Ann. Let's have a chat before we get into map number 2 in our grand final, W7M versus FaZe. Now, Bank is this map preference. Do we want to talk details? And you have some numbers for us?
I definitely have some numbers. It is W7M's map pick, and it makes a lot of sense as to why they picked this map. They've won 8 out of 9 games on it in recent history, already beat Sonics on this map as well. And we talked a lot about attack so far in this tournament, right? FaZe, they have their second worst attack in win rate on this map, but they don't have to start with attack. They can wait it out. W7M gets to start on attack, but they actually have their second best attack and win rate on this map. 54% of the times that they play an attacking map, they actually win it.
There's one thing that we have to watch out for, though. Even though it's one of the greatest attack rates, it's the pressure, because now it's actually on them. Having such a slow start on the map, even if you start defense, I mean, you should win your defenses. The pressure that they will mount on their heads now is going to be... It's going to be monumental how much they're going to think about it.
But if we were to compare Oregon and Bank, what's the difference in playstyle?
I mean, I think they're very similar, because the roam clear is kind of the same way. You spread out all around the map, and then you squeeze together, right? So we can expect the same thing. They were going to go on the Xeon windows. They're going to go on Heaven. They're going to come in through ATM, into lobby, up the stairs if they clear top floor. There's going to be very similar playstyle, just a different map.
I think the big thing for me is the comfort factor. This is W7M's map pick. They've just played their 9th reference map. They would have banned it if they were able to, right, on Oregon. Now they're into a map that they've not lost this event. They're feeling very comfortable on it. They get to attack, start attack, they looked comfortable on the attack. You know, on Oregon, it was just the round pressure that got to them. So I think we see a different W7M.
Are we getting a tie?
I think we're going to get a tie, and the biggest reason for it is simply that W7M is an experienced enough team the last year to just be able to let go of this loss and just push forward again.
Well, given recent history, we need to see a strong start from them now, especially on that second half, because we keep on talking how important it is, but they want to make sure they keep up to the numbers that they've been putting up previously.
Yes, no?
Yes, for W7M. History's going to repeat itself. G2 lost the first map last year, won it 3-1.
Thank you very much, my friends. Let's toss it back to our casters, please. Our Tridas, Gus, Xenox, and Pengu.
Yes, they certainly did. Fresh, well said. Couldn't have said it better myself. And so far, though, FaZe, they have set the challenge to W7M. That's really what we wanted from this grand final. We certainly didn't want this to be a one-sided affair. Many would have had W7M as the clear favorites. Perfect start for FaZe.
I think this was their intention, because JV told me the first day of this event, hey, we want to go lower bracket run and make that miracle victory. What better way than losing the first map?
I mean, W7M's ability to attack here on Bank is absolutely ruthless. I cannot wait to see if they can bounce back here.
Well, 50-50 once again. Damn. W7M. Nick, do they respond here?
Yes, I think they do. They got a map to work with, more roaming around, and of course they got the confidence and they love this map.
Well, our two-time major champions now need to respond on their very map pick of Bank. We'll see if they can do it. Well, we've set the stage. FaZe Clan are up 1-0 in this grand final, but W7M now onto their own map pick, looking for that redemption, looking for that response. That's kind of what we are expecting here on Bank, attacking into it first as well. So the onus is certainly going to be on them. What can they do to now respond to a FaZe Clan that are clearly here to fight for the hammer?
So it's Monty off the board first. Ying as well. Ying is a very, very strong execute-centric operator that we frequently see banned out. And Monty, you think about Bank, so many opportunities for that shield to come into play, the likes of Basement, Top Square, Lobby Pushers, Banana. Defensively, we'll see the Solace taken out. Interesting, considering we did see it played on Oregon and arguably had quite an effect in the first half. To top things off, Kaid on a map, on a hatch-heavy map like Bank, that is an expected ban.
What I love to see from high-level Siege is you see these kind of target auto bans come into play. You don't see teams ban Monty unless you expect the opponent to play it at a very high level. The funny thing is, Vidiking, one of the best Monty players at this entire tournament, yet they find themselves in a position where they have to ban it out because what the enemy might do with it, because of them, they start the attack inside.
So here we go, into Bank, second map of this grand final between FaZe and W7M. There's a large contingency of W7M fans inside of this arena. We haven't really been able to hear them at full peak so far. It's been FaZe. There's a rather large pocket of FaZe Clan supporters down in the arena, and they have been going non-stop bananas here. To Bank we go. And for W7M, we look to them to now respond to the challenge set by FaZe Clan.
And I mean, the best way to respond on attack, I mean, guys, you told me right before we went here, you love their attacks on Bank. So if I'm a W7M fan right now, what should I expect from them here?
Well, I mean, we had the opportunity to cast them, Jake, against the Sonics, and they are ruthless in their ability to get quick map control. They will find any pocket of space, they will immediately take it, and with the mechanics that W7M typically present, they often win out those opening engagements, then compound that space into what is then a really clean execute.
Okay, then I gotta say, we gotta watch Cyber handy in these rounds. They were very big in those opening engagements on Oregon, especially Cyber, running into his opponents always, even outside the building.
I think it's important for W7M to get off to a good start here, a very strong start, especially attacking into Bank. You need to be very much on the move, clearing out these roamers, especially when it comes to basement. And so far, so good. Haven't lost anyone early. Starting to get a bit of a foothold inside of that. Clearly you can tell they want to go for this top square take. Top down to the bottom, clear everything out. Maybe slow things down a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with that. The other thing is, we haven't really seen W7 attack that much in this series.
You can see KZ there, perfect example, having to drone himself forward and then takes the initiative to take that space himself. He's not relying on necessarily his teammates to aid as they're doing other things around the map at the same time. Herds, meanwhile, makes himself known in stock. Hatch will be opened up off the back of the X-Kairos from Nade, and that will put pressure in towards that open area position.
ADS. Oh! Opening kill. Fast though from KZ on the drop through the hatch. Hatch opened up as well inside of open area. Just over 90 seconds left in the round, but again, it's more of a good start from FaZe than it is for W7M, and that's not ideal for the team needing to find the response on their map pick as Handy sits inside of elevators at the very bottom, waiting to see if someone from the side of W7M gets aggressive, pushes over. Philippox is up and around that area towards main stairs, but not going towards elevators, not just yet at the very least. Open area in control for W7M. They still got to go and get to work over towards square. They haven't even opened up at that hatch.
I mean, they dropped on the hatch open area. Okay, we're gonna come to those roamers, trade back those numbers from 4 versus 5 to a 4v4. But all of this, immediately when they got that kill, all the way back to side saying, we got numbers advantage. Goyo canisters, Maestro cams, they got a C4 in pocket. They're right where they wanna be to deny the plant, and they have one more gun available as well.
And good denial from the defense onto those shock drones. Will keep those Maestro cameras, those evil eyes, alive for a little bit longer to feed more information to the 5 members standing of FaZe.
Handy with the next kill onto Nade. Isn't that fitting? And then a second from KDS as well. So far, it's just stalwart defense from FaZe. There's no chink in this armor. FaZe flawless for the second map, just like the opening of the first. It is a standing ovation from the crowd. And so far, FaZe continue to set the tone.
W7M, they had to do what exactly? Had to get comfortable in the server, find some ground, and build some familiarity, and actually win. They played on Oregon when it's all about figuring out the mentality of the opponent, the play style they're bringing. FaZe, probably the strongest team at this event, at feeling out their opponent, seeing, okay, are they gonna go fast? Are they gonna go slow? Right now, W7M, they cannot figure out their opponent whatsoever.
The FaZe fans are making a lot of noise inside of this arena, but there's a large contingency of W7M fans that just look glum. They cannot believe what they are seeing before their very eyes. Yesterday felt like a fever dream, but right now, for W7M, it's turning into a nightmare here at the Grand Final for 6 Invitational 2024. And again, it all started with that from KDS. Disgusting.
And then cleans it up at the end as well. I think W7M, again, on their attacks are quite reliant on the defense spreading all the way up to the top floor. That's probably one of their strengths in dismantling that setup, quickly forcing defenders back towards site. But as you can see there, those on the defense that were willing to take a risk, to stay in the likes of Elevator, were rewarded.
Speaking of the fact that W7M, they might want to go slow, given how Oregon played out, that also just makes the Monty ban that much better, because now you cannot slow the game down in an easy way. Monty, you play it, extend your shield, you walk around, you control the majority of the pacing. Monty being gone, yeah, FaZe they can't play it, but it's not defense. They might not care about that, so W7M are forced to fight. on the windows, on the doors, on the rappels. Nothing is free for the taking, which is funny because this is how we used to talk about W7M when they play defense.
So eyes on Souls then, on the Azami inside. Those keyboard barriers will be pivotal towards the late round. Will W7M have the tools to deal with that utility? I mean, look at their explosive economy. It's not great outside of the Octagon 6, but that's being used elsewhere, soaked up by the castle barricades on the roam.
Opening kill for W7M. Hurts finally. Now, though, it's about can they capitalize? They've had a couple of opening kills, but translating those into round wins has proven to be quite difficult. For a team, they can be so strong once they find the momentum. That's a second. The crowd starting to find their voice, but clearly the fan favorite in W7M, the local favorite, up 2 players in an advantage. But so many times on Oregon, this is where they'd start to capitulate. The middle portion of this round, unable to convert on the advantage that they find early on. We'll see if they can do it here with 90 seconds left.
I love how they're just slowing things down on the attack. They got those 2 picks, no risks being taken. No one's exposed themselves to a 1v1 engagement. No one's staying on soft ground for a C4, despite that we know there are no C4s in play. They're throwing things out, destroying the floor vertically, really setting themselves up for success here, and just playing this safe.
Safe, the key word, but also confident. W7M are not giving away anything for free, not giving any conditions for FaZe to get back into the round. FaZe eventually will probably be forced into making a play, and it won't be a calculated 1 in a 3 versus 5.
Couple of low HP members as well for W7M. Hurts, JV, to explicitly name them. Souls takes an engagement, loses that one initially. Still very deep insight on the Azami, so it's got cover of those keyboard barriers. But again, can you watch that stock hatch? Very pivotal for this round. Drone makes its way through, only 1 remaining. Rotates towards Beepers because he's got that main stage control, but not from elevators. JV with a bit of an odd flank and then doubles down. Finally, W7M are flexing their muscles in the grand final. Nave will get this plant out. Sold as the solo for FaZe in a very perilous position in a 1 versus 4. Not often have we seen FaZe on the back foot in this grand final so far, but that moment just then highlights what W7M can do.
A really good example of W7M being able to constrict the round. They get the early advantage. As you mentioned, Nick, they then were happy to slow down the pace. Now, slowing down the pace doesn't mean you do nothing. We saw the vertical play. We saw the defenders flushed out. We saw, of course, JV92 then able to sweep in as the defense tried to reclaim that ground whilst avoiding the vert from up above. So all around, really well played by W7M.
I agree with you. The thing that's different about like Oregon and Bang is that Oregon, pretty small map, very compartmentalized inside the building. Well, on Bang, you can play on the window repels, on the exterior, and it's such a big, wide open map. So you need to ensure that all your players are in the right positions, and that's what slowing down essentially means, is that you say, oh guys, let's wait for this 5th player so that he is ready for his job, and then we work together.
There were a lot of questions about what an all-Brazilian grand final would look like in Sao Paulo. But boy, is it living up to all of the expectations set upon it. Sure, it's not Brazil versus the world, but the inter-region rivalry is clearly there. A large fan base for W7M starting to find their voice. FaZe finally has got their opponent for this last dance.
The big thing is, right, W7M, they find all their success overseas when they are the villain. When the crowd is saying, we don't care if you win, but they're home. They are loved by the crowd. And I do think that the desk said they might be afraid of disappointing their fans that are here because there are so many jerseys from W7M. There are so many fans talking about them, saying they're so good right now, and they are, but that means there's pressure now on them.
Back-to-back majors, but imagine they lose 6 Invitational back-to-back. How devastating would that be?
In Sao Paulo of all places, right? The one place you want to be if you're from Brazil, if you're one of these players.
And it continues, the FaZe dominance over W7M. It's been brought up 5-1 since SI 2022. Yeah, W7M, the better of the two internationally, but locally. And when these two teams meet, it's been FaZe that has had their number. Cyber aggressive through the hatch, through the skylight. Cyber holding that pillar really well, but overwhelmed. Numbers were with W7M that time around and starting to just look a little bit more comfortable here in the grand final.
Yeah, and it's them taking it slow. If W7M were a little bit quicker there, they would not have 3 different players holding down their flank. So again, now we see the attackers of W7M reading the pace of the map, figuring out their opponents.
And Herds is eager to double down. not allowing KDS to have any space over towards Stock Hallway. Some of that utility now dealt with. All the Roteros have been used by W7M.
Time is ticking. They are advancing slowly towards the bomb side. B's going out. It's going to give intel. Hertz finds the kill to open things up.
Second round in a row, the W7M have got themselves a two-man advantage. Bees go out from the Hive launcher. Mirror, position, station, into airlock goes for Leapfrog. Nade, look for that sight plant. So far successful. No, denied. Vinicking with an Nitrocell. Does stop the plant from going down, but it's still a 3 versus 2 for W7M. They do not have to panic in this scenario, but here comes Souls, a swing. One inside a Stock through the hole. And the heart of this people, clearly with W7M. 2-1 lead on Bank. And starting to find a foothold here on Bank and in this grand final.
I mean, what a play from Hertz. The star player for W7M. And many have said that perhaps one of the best players at the moment. If he pops off in this grand final, probably then enters the discussion of some of the best players of all time on full display there. Capturing those kills, capturing that control through top square. He looks ruthless.
It really is phenomenal just how many different categories you can put W7M in. Best teams in the world, best fundamentals, some of the best players, and they've only really been here for quote-unquote 2 years at the big Tier 1 international level. Despite that, they've been the biggest name for us as talent members.
Timeout called and just about evaporated as well in said time. An early one. But I like that from FaZe. Pretty clearly understanding that W7M have found a sense of momentum here in the grand occasion that is an SI Grand Final 2 rounds in. Crowd on their side. FaZe want to halt that momentum as early as possible. Mind you, Hertz gets that kill because of that skylight pressure as well. Essentially a 2-on-1. But again, really good clearance from W7M, playing off that Grim. And they were able to use that numbers advantage really well towards site. 2-1 lead. We head to the basement here at Bank.
The big thing to look out for is that FaZe are very good at changing things around when it doesn't work. Not just for the attack, for rotating around the map, also defense, whether it's different bomb sites, different operators, or for example, Cyber not making that aggressive skylight flank early in the round. And if you're the coach, you're calling that the timeout, you're probably not going to talk about, oh guys, you know, wait for the attacks, we're going to pop off. You're only down a single round. You're talking defense structure, you're talking mentality, you're talking the communication in the server. Or if you're a coach saying, guys, I noticed that we're trying to make plays around the map like an Oregon, but this is Bank. We don't need to be the ones who make the action happen. We do have other win conditions. Play to those win conditions.
So Smoke and Mirror then in play for basement. That said, utility peppered all across the map. We saw the Valkyrie camera just as one instance inside of lobby, but we see rotations, mirror windows. Open area is probably going to make or break this round for either team.
Oh, intel from Hertz. Now, if Souls ever leaves servers free for the taking, Hertz will take it, but there you see it. So we found out by Souls. Note that Hertz is not moving the drone left or right because that's going to make noise. Just waiting there patiently, seeing if Souls makes a significant misplay or perhaps checks the cameras.
JB92 on the North, certainly going to be a big factor in this round if he does go through Garage. Try and sneak his way in, that's certainly a possibility.
Oh, the intel game here from both sides. Valkyrie fans, yes, drones on the attack, but you gotta act upon this intel. Now you know the roam is very much active from FaZe Clan, but what are you gonna do about it if you're double steaming in?
Hertz one square. Hertz is pushing through. Can he make a play?
Hertz in towards Archives, trying to clear out this position. Vinicking running around down below. Handy, getting the F-9s ready. So far, though, Hertz hasn't found anyone. Cyber. Oh, JB92, has he slipped in? KDS has got no idea. With the way that he positions, and the way that he aims, the timing is everything, and he's still got no clue at all! The Nook slips in through the night! 5 versus 4, and again, for the third round now, W7M have found the opening engagement, and it has gone their way. And with that Garage control, but I believe JB doesn't get away. No, Cyber catches him on the rotate. Nice kill back for FaZe, evens things up with just over 60 seconds remaining.
That's what I love about, you know, Siege. This depth of the sea. We don't see nuclear often right now, but for Garrett's take, that's the perfect operator. Hides from the roof camera perfectly.
Double Nitro available here for defense. So FaZe still have plant and our potential.
Gotta see it now. WCM is 4v4, they have the manpower, they got a ton of smokes and flashbangs, they can disrupt the vision of defenders, but those C4s, they don't need to see, they just need to land.
Nitrocell in hand for Simon, puts it away. Lands a couple of tags onto Hertz. Feels like warning shots from what FaZe can do defensively. W7M, they want to go for this plant. The gas bays come out to deny that position. Still time, but Nade comes to the drop. In a bit of an unexpected plan. Position doesn't come through the doorway. Gets into a different spot. Now goes the plant. Doesn't stick it. Anticipating Nitrocells, but they're already expended. Inside of the smoke, he is a steward when it comes to the vision for FaZe, and that plant will be successful. Now the retake is on for FaZe Clan. They just What kind of madman goes prone inside of a smoke? Response from KZ, and he can't catch it. W7M starting to make the magic happen at the most magical event.
Nade might be making his 6th Invitational debut, but my word, what a phenomenal support player. Able to drop down, dodges the canisters, then sidesteps a Nitro, finds a kill, gets the pick, goes prone, finds another. What a phenomenal play.
We always talk about KC, Hertz, their entries, they get the kills, they're like plus 50 this tournament. I do think that a team is only as good as the backbone, the anchors, the pillars, the supportive play, the network. They drone you in, they give you intel, they make the calls, they get the defuse down, and yes, while the cover has to be there, look at this from Nade. Perfectly reading the situation on when to advance and when to get the bomb down.
And it's not often someone who is tasked with getting that kit down when it comes to lockers and CCTV on Bank is going to go for that mega play.
No.
And he's moving around trying to dodge any potential Nitrocells along with those gas babes. Eventually then sit inside of the smoke, goes prone, anticipating that clear across over towards CCTV. Perfect game sense, and so far Nade has been so impressive.
I would say there are so many players in that scenario with the pressure so high, they would just hold F on keyboard and pray the bomb goes down because the enemy will miss the C4. But the best in the world, they don't pray for the right opportunity, they create the opportunity, they make the space, and they make the play.
Alrighty then, top 4 we go. Round number 5, W7M rolling this momentum forward on attack and well and truly silencing the doubters after a disastrous map number 1. As mentioned, top 4, Mirror back in play. Castle as well, Azami barricades as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of utility once again for the attack to deal with, but they have the explosive tools to do so.
That's the thing, though. We've seen FaZe now 3 rounds play util in basement on the roam, in basement on site, now here in CEO. The util isn't really working. Yeah, you got the mirror windows, you got the castle barricades, but not round defining for defense. It comes down to the brawl on the bomb site, the gunplay, the trading, and most importantly, the opening kill. Who can play that round 5 versus 4 and maintain that momentum?
And the Valkyrie as well is in play. Now, often we don't get to see just how much value that is providing because we don't know exactly who's watching what cams, and a good drone work again from Nade.
Oh boy, Hertz on the IQ, he's gonna find that camera, was like, yeah, there it is, Sees one and sees the other, so they put one cannon a little bit more obviously, hit the second one, but this will be a dark aftermath in 2 seconds.
90 seconds left in this 5th round so far. W7M have found the response that they absolutely required coming into the 2nd map of the grand final. FaZe just feels like momentarily on the ropes. Can they get a counter-punch in? Can they find a way to get an opening kill? So far, the early engagements have been going the way of W7M very consistently here on Bank.
It's very evident that FaZe is sitting back right now, saying, guys, don't make the active play, let them come in, then play together. No one's swinging, no one's taking risks, but they're giving them too much space in the attack. They're at the bomb site with a minute left in the 5v5.
1 minute left into top square they go, opening up these sight lines. There will be a contest though from FaZe. Stock hallway still in their favor. Keep it to plug the hole. Souls gets aggressive. How Nade hasn't got the clue to be aware of the position he's standing in. 4 versus 4. Great job from Hertz to at least get that quick little comeback kill. KZ onto Cyber. W7M retake the advantage with 30 seconds left. There, the flash KDS for White. He's wary though of a stock push, but no one's coming from that direction. Handy to fall as well. Advantage still W7M though. They continue on. Forward, marching towards this site, finding kill after kill, down a bit of King in a 1 versus 3. He will find one. No! Probably should have got that one, but not to be, and that probably says everything for W7M on Bank. It's all going their way.
And again, it's Herds over towards that top square into stock hallway position. Now, perhaps W7M probably shouldn't have let that first pick go against them with that player on drone. At a very snappy trade, he pushes into sight, able to find even more pressure. He just thrives in that particular part of Bank.
That's the big thing about this being an even matchup. We're not seeing those usual multi-kills from W7M where they find 2, 3, 4 kills in quick succession. We're seeing trades mostly in the beginning. 1 for 1s or 1 for 0. But that round we just witnessed was the first time with W7M they get 3 kills very quickly because Hertz, he finds that opening, and it's all because of the IQ. Hertz finding the Valcams, all 3 I believe, walks into sight, doesn't plan, holds it down, waits for people. They know FaZe will go for those pushes because it did earlier. We saw Souls get the opening, but again, the trade was perfect as a response.
And Herds there again electing not to go for the plant heading into this match. A 21 plant percentage for W7M. FaZe edged them out in that regard at 25. But there's always that moment for the attack to just set things up and make that decision. Do you go for the plant? Do you go for kills? And given the positions in which the attack had, that was the more favorable condition. And that's why W7M are so strong on attack.
Oh boy, Brava info here. The value, of course, if you don't know what Subverters does, well, you can hack intel. That means you disable it for the defense and it becomes yours. So now those Finra mines, if a defender walks in there and is activated, they will get nearsighted instead. So this gives you intel and it takes away some from the enemy.
Final round of the half here for W7M's map pick. Looking to take a 5-1 advantage into the second half. A very significant advantage that would be. FaZe desperate now to find a second defensive round. It should be said, attacking on Bank is very prevalent. A second defensive round could be enough for FaZe to maybe allow them to have a comeback potential in that second half. Handy on the rotate, but caught by Herds. Yeah, W7M have got good control of this map, have they not, so far in this first half?
And again, Herds is commanding map control. He's warding the defense away, catching them off guard on rotations, and now W7M can lean into this significant advantage for the majority of this action phase.
This is the strongest round so far from W7M. Minute 45, opening kill. They got Ultra Shields, Util, and now Cyber down to a single point of health. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, and those are the kind of fights as well. They're back on Oregon. FaZe were winning time and time again. But here on Bank, W7M have been able to get them to go into their advantage. And again, for what feels like the 3rd or 4th time, a 2-player advantage. Now, though, in the final round of this half, Soros has got a big task. He's cut off. Hatch opened up, stuck over towards blue stairs.
He needs to hold this position. SMG now in hand. He has 2 gas canisters to clutch up for FaZe. Goyo canister as well will implode, and that just gives him a little bit of time to set himself up.
See the flank though, 3rd turn on Souls, want to fight multiple angles here, has to make the right decisions with no intel, just game sense.
50 seconds remaining. Can FaZe get a clutch round to close this half? Keep themselves close on that scoreboard. W7M, though, they've been so good at overwhelming these side positions, winning these fights. But KDS, able to get 1. Souls to fall, couldn't hold out towards blue stairs, and certainly couldn't take anyone with him. Trades go out, 2 versus 2. Suddenly, FaZe have brought it back. With 30 seconds left in the round, it's a 2-stack on site. KZ and Herds. Where's the kid, though? And they fall! Angle found from Vidiking. Herds knows the KDS is here, close left in garage, expecting maybe the swing from Bitter hasn't come just yet. Time, a huge factor. Doesn't have kit, but he finds the kill. He's got to go hunting. Main stairs, though, is where the kit is. Could grab it, doesn't elect to. Herds now has got red time to find this kill onto Vidiking. Vidiking just has to hide. That's all he needs to do. Don't make a step, don't make anything go wrong. He's getting closer. Oh, too close for comfort, but Vidiking holds on. And FaZe do clutch it out at the end of the half. 2-4. But W7M still take the lead going into our second half.
FaZe did not play a conventional Bank basement there in my eyes. It's 3 versus 5, and they are spread so widely across the entire bomb site. We got Souls, server stairs, you had KDS involved, and that 3rd player in the middle. They have basically a line with a middle link. No one had backup. No one could help one another, so they have to rely on individual gun skill to try and even back those numbers, and they do it successfully.
All right, let's go and have a listen in with Jesse on his thoughts from that opening half.
Hello, Guz, Xenox, and Pengu. I'm coming to you at the half point to tell you to keep an eye on Cyber for the second half. Despite the fact that he's had a pretty rocky map so far, the last time that FaZe Clan played on Bank was in the upper bracket against Los, and that happened to be Cyber's strongest map through the entire 6 Invitational so far. He had an EPS of 163, and most of Cyber's success in that last play on Bank came onto the attack. He loves to play Buck when they're attacking in on the basement or when they're attacking open area. He'll typically choose the Ash if they're attacking top floor or if they're going to Teller's Archives. Sometimes he will pull out that IQ if they want to go and deal with some Valkyrie cameras if that's causing them any problem. So I know it's been a rough game so far. I know Herds has kind of been rolling over FaZe Clan, but watch out for Cyber because this is one of the maps where he does amazing things.
All right, Jesse, just for a quick one here, what do we have to watch for W7M in response?
For W7M, I want to see them getting aggressive to shut him down. If there's a Buck over on your map, maybe below your bomb site, maybe above your bomb site, you got to get active. You got to take him down early. That needs to be the key for W7M.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you very much. So, 7th round to begin the second half, and a great start from Souls. Well, Jesse was mentioning aggressiveness on defense for W7M, but through stock, an opening kill for Souls, and that's the perfect start for FaZe.
And I really like what Jesse mentioned as well with Cyber as we get a look back at that replay. Cyber on Buck gets super quick map control, ridiculously quick, especially transitioning in towards that open area position. Nade is holding that currently. He is though on drone, and he'll look up above, taken low. Doesn't elect to drop the hatch straight away though.
Could be a very aggressive start here. FaZe has already got Nade in a very perilous position, stuck inside of open area, goes for the spray. Now expecting response from that stock hatch, but no drop to come through just yet. KZ loved his position though over towards main stairs. Close angle, shotgun, and he should be good from there. No! What? KDS, I mean, he did have a slight high ground advantage and then shot through the soft wall. The retreating for Leapox cannot get very far. And a 5 versus 2 start from FaZe. So quick in their approach to get inside of the map. And they are just slaughtering through this defense of W7M. That last round of the opening half proving to be so pivotal. If FaZe are going to play like this, W7M are in for a treat. Great shot from JV92, but the pressure won't stop there. No, from main stairs, it's KDS. FaZe make it 3-4.
That's a statement. We have gone through the last, 2 weeks or so saying Defender cited this, Defender cited that. The numbers very much prove that it was indeed for a very long while a heavily Defender-sided meta. But as more teams have gone home, as we've seen who the best teams in the world are in the current present time of Siege, that number doesn't matter anymore. Defense or attack, if you're a phenomenal team, which both of these two are, it doesn't matter what side you're on, it matters what you do in every single round.
Well, but what about that time of entry, though, for FaZe? We don't typically see that from them. Back on Oregon, it was this concise gameplay, worked, clearly played the map well. Now they come over to Bank attack, and it's like, let's go fast. Off the fact that they got that opening pick through the barricade into stock, and they talk about an opening stuff from there. They just felt like, let's play off of that.
Yeah, I mean, confidence was really flowing from them. Nade then put under a lot of pressure inside of open area. That's why W7M tried to react and hold main stairs so that they could fortify that position. Didn't work out. They simply didn't win their engagements when they tried to transition. So some really, really good work there from FaZe. And I tell you what, this second half is going to be very, very spicy.
I do want to say, though, it was so quick because there were a couple of drones inside open area from the prep phase of things, and that shouldn't happen, but it is because look who W7 they banned. They banned Ying and Solis. So now you're on defense. FaZe, they are an intel-reliant team. They don't know where those drones are from the attackers, and that's why the attack was so quick. They had drones in open area, drones in heaven, entries, run in the building, block the floor open, and you just feel like you're under so much pressure from the get-go on defense, and you, W7M, they banned the Solis.
To top four we go then for round number 8. It's the double, in fact, triple hard breach lineup here from FaZe. Not that. You have Habana, Ace, and Thermite. So you'll be able to open up Kanto Wall. You'll be able to open up the main walls as well and apply pressure onto this defensive structure.
Yep, things that you pick apart here. The big question mark now, the mirror windows. How much value can you get? There's no Ash, there's no Kali, no real counterplay from FaZe in that regard. In fact, they don't have smoke grenades, so those mirror windows, that intel, will likely stay up the entire round.
I mean, I think it's just the ranged hard breach, right? You've got to combo Habana and or Ace to clear those positions without the likes of a Capitao as mentioned.
Yep, let's see. Hurts took the advance on the window, might go for a punch and a quick peek. With the right timing, he might find Cyber from behind.
Yeah, Cyber just outside Terrace, wanting to make his way in towards Hot Square. Has done it. No! Timing! A couple of seconds later, and Hurts may have missed that opportunity. Great opening kill for W7M. That's the kind of aggression that Jesse told us at halftime he's expecting, he desires from W7M. But one back from KDS. Really strong kill. Oh, Nitro Cell from Hurts is even stronger, and it makes its impact known. Once again, a 4-on-3.
We know how important the rappel game is, so a huge Nitro there. Can that potentially make things easier for W7M? They now have the man advantage. They have line of sight towards that plant position. It's up to FaZe to create a play.
Yeah, but they have no one inside of, well, sorry, they have one inside of Janitors. That's the one player that can stop this plant. Because there's no C4s, if you clear out Janitors, they can maybe plant here.
50 seconds left in the 4-on-3 for W7M. FaZe starting to go for that top square push, third in the round. Hurts. Oh, they got it! It's a quad kill from Hurts. And the back-to-back major champions have arrived here at the arena. Well and truly. Sure, W7M set the challenge, but these guys are up for the task of responding. Up 5-3 now on Bank.
Gentlemen, we now officially have a great series ahead of us because we saw Oregon being, oh no. We saw Kawansi and Bank going, oh no, not this 0-2, right? No. When that's the performance you see, they're here to play.
Look at that crowd. What it means for these fantastic fans of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Seeing their local team, their local champions, looking to reach the absolute pinnacle that we have in this game. And it was that moment on the Repel, Nitro Cell denies FaZe, and when you're playing CO Executive, you need the Repel game to be strong.
Hurts has just come alive on this second map. And look, it's hard to be critical of FaZe, Nick, because every team struggles to shut him down.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not going to go and say, oh, you know, FaZe, they missed this or they missed that. No, that's just Hurts. Probably the best player in the world right now, not for like the last year, basically. So, you know what? This is why they say my name as one of the strongest Korean players. 15-5.
Yeah, 15-5 is a statement. And I was going to say Philippe as well, not to put a dampener on things. Yeah, 1-6, but playing very difficult positions like Azami on site. You can feel that pressure. You've got to deal with Repel. You've got to deal with top square looking to open up sight lines into sight. You don't have a lot of help. You're kind of stuck on an island. He's been playing those kind of roles. Now on the Warden. The only thing I would ask of him is, can he survive a little longer in the round? He needs to have that impact on the Warden.
So the Capital has now been brought out. Direct counterplay to the Mirror, looking to dislodge those positions. We've seen in the past, the Mirror from W7M, well, I mean, obviously the last round, it can be very challenging for the attack to deal with.
Purge is hiding inside of open area. He's gone mid-drone so far. And based on the counter Capital, don't let him get to side to execute 5v5. This play right now can work out. Purge finds one, but it's not done.
Make that 6 in a row for Hurts. He does finally get shut down. Nicely done from Cyber. A one-and-done kind of position. But he did get his one. Now makes it a 4 versus 4 for FaZe. I don't think that's such a bad thing.
No, I certainly think this heavily favors defense. Melusi died. Not needed for the plant deny. Not needed for side. It's a gun for hire. And the gun, well, you got 1.5 kills.
Well, you're exactly right. 3 gas babes still available for KZ. Double Nitro as well. I'm presuming that the mirror windows are still standing. I don't think we've seen those necessarily dislodged by the shock drones from Vidaking. So W7M arguably still in a very good position.
I agree. I mean, time as well, right? There's still a minute and 10. Hatch is getting opened up. And this time around, the big difference is server is free for the taking.
Yeah, it certainly is.
The minute will last for a very long time.
Yeah, no blue stairs hold either. So it does mean at least for W7M, they will have those gas babes. KZ will be the one to watch in that regard. Couple of Nitro Cells as well. 2, in fact, JB92 and Philippox. They've still got garage control. That's where Nade is going to be holding. Red from Philippox, so important. Souls to open up with secondary hard breach. 40 seconds left in a 4-on-4 as W7M are seeking that map point.
Again, 3 gas canisters, 2 Nitro Cells, a default plant here.
30 seconds
should be a challenge.
There's not a lot of time. It makes it a very difficult task now for FaZe Clan. One that they need to overcome from a very difficult position. One final gas bait thrown by KZ to deny further incendiary from Sol. It is KDS that finds a kill. Suddenly they've got Elevator. They've got the back of the site opened up. W7M could get pinched here. Nade gets a very crucial kill onto Cyber. Needed that. Souls now can make his way into a site. Oh, he took it out himself. He took it out himself. Souls can play behind the bomb chassis. He has to stick it. There's no time. He went to stick it. He ran out of time. Are you kidding me? W7M.
I don't know. I really don't know. What do you make of this, guys? Honestly, what do you make of this?
I mean, it's just insane. What an insane round there. Great response, and the crowd is rallying behind W7M. Now on match point here on Bank. Map point on Bank, more specifically, 6-3 lead, and it doesn't look like they'll be taken down from here.
It looked like W7M and Oregon, they had no solutions at all. And on Bank, it's all they have. In so many different ways as well. It looked like the attack might go sideways. C4 comes flying out as well, just denying it.
I don't know. I don't think it did get to it. I think it got that kill, but still, regardless, Plan couldn't go down. You saw that at that very last moment, Souls tried to stick it, ran out of time. But in these clutch moments, Nick, this has been a massive turnaround, a shapeshift from W7M here on this map of Bank compared to what we saw on Oregon, where they struggled immensely. They couldn't get involved. FaZe were so dominant. They were able to get very significant early advantages. That has changed clearly here on Bank. 3 map points looking to respond to that earlier map of Oregon in style from our back-to-back major champions, looking to now claim a map for themselves here for the grand final, and the crowd is getting right behind them.
I like to believe that W7M's talent is to pacify their opponents. If they have a star player, they'll shut him down. If a team tends to play super overly aggressive, they'll shut that down too. And while it didn't work out in Origin, which is a map that W7M do not like playing, they pick Bank. And it is working for them right here. Sure, Cyber's still quick to the punch. He's 4-8. He's always trading his life for something, never going to get the initial kill. W7M, they're doing a great job and denying them entries.
Very quick control over towards top blue. We saw the Kiba barrier set up in stock above open area. That's going to be a challenge for the attack to clear, but the Amaru might come from down below. Souls will prepare, wait for the call. Will this work for FaZe?
Only one on site. That's JV, 1v5 basically.
We saw them go fast earlier on. There's the Amaru grapple hook up through the hatch. Cyber got that opening kill. That opens down. Oh, the pressure lock. Shut down though by Cyber through Staff. Makes it a 3-on-3. Handy though also reestablishes that lead for FaZe. Down to Nade and Herds to bring this back in the round. There is the down onto Cyber, so it's essentially a 2 versus 2. Still, with 19 seconds left, but FaZe have got themselves side control. Kit, though, out of hand, still outside.
And Nade had to run outside, so Herds, the sole member on site, he's now being flushed out. Can FaZe constrict site and try and get that plant down?
Herds with Beeper's control, playing off of the info. Cyber trying to get as he crawls forward. Do they go for the revive? Yes, they do. Herds is down to Beepers. Nade in a 1 versus 3. Comes in from behind, couple of low members for FaZe, but he can't connect the shot to FaZe. They withstand 1 of 3 map points.
FaZe did not have the diffuser in hand towards the end there. So a huge couple of kills. Again, with Nade jumping outside, they had a read in the 3 versus 1. Nade, a huge clutch player though, so they've done a clinical job in shutting out that round and extending Bank at least a little while longer.
It's so important there for FaZe that all the members acted together. There was only JV on side from W7M, but we saw quickly Hertz KC dropping down hatches, trying to help him out. But the fact that FaZe was so close together, the response was instant. You see here, outside side window, Cyber in double door. The moment they get the kill, W7M, they drop with reinforcements, and KC almost made the hero play, almost getting a 3K.
I mean, I think he did in some ways. He did his job. He got 2. He was able to kind of just at least bring the round back for W7M so that they had a chance. A chance, though, that, of course, still was squandered. For FaZe, yeah, that's 1. 2 more to go, though, when it comes to these map points that W7M have still got acquired in their back pocket. 4-6 is the scoreline. FaZe withstand 1 of these defensive rounds of W7M. They've got to keep attacking, and I like the pace that they are also bringing here on Bank. Again, when you think about the time on entry for FaZe, typically on the slower side, we haven't seen that from them. If they feel they've got an opportunity to go fast, hit sight, they're doing it.
And as we edge closer and closer to a potential overtime, a timely reminder that at the 6th Invitational Grand Final, we have infinite overtime in play. I'm just saying.
Mindset!
Don't teach me like that, Gus, because I want to see it. I really do. Take us all the way. It can be map 2, I don't care. But we got to go there at some point. Oh, man. FaZe went for a quick side rush last round. Of course, not going to happen again. They're going to slow it down here. Got the Grimbees as one of the big wing additions. We saw Hurts last time on CEO playing aggressive between the windows.
That's the only Nitro Cell they've got. So we think about that Repel game last time out, very strong in trying to deny that from W7M. Well, this is the only Nitro Cell to really try and deal with that.
Will it work? KDS precariously close, but it doesn't. I believe it has been exploded. In fact, it has been used. Herds, though, will hold the position at least temporarily.
And mind saying, there's no Capital, there's no Nates in the meta. You can just chill in the corner if you're hurt. He cannot be cleared unless they go downstairs below. So he can just relax.
Oh, Mirror's broken. Handy gets a kill on the Herds. Lo and behold, that means quite a lot for FaZe now as they can start to push into the map from other avenues. Say stock, say top square. Don't have to put everything into this Repel game.
Interesting. The ankle there must have been lovely. Finding that kill from Handy on Kanto. Yeah, long lines of sight. Now there's him on the back foot. No C4, no plant deny, but they have Janitors control with that mirror window, or that position at least. That might get them somewhere.
KZ senses that this is an important part of the map to hold, but it's JV92, as is often the case, to step up this time around. KZ eventually produces results, and it's now a 4 versus 3 in favor of W7M.
Yeah, it becomes a big issue now for FaZe. They don't have the numbers in terms of hitting sight quickly. They're still very much outside of the map. 3, all of them are outside, still on these repels as well. Trying to maybe get lucky, find one through Kanto, the wall near the elevators. KDS, and it's a double no. It's just the one swinging in towards airlock. He has been able to get in successfully with the kid in hand as well. Red Pig trying to clear front desk, needs to, does, barely stays alive, and Handy is well finds his second in the round, but Janitor strong on the defense, and KZ, 3! And a 1 versus 2 now. Vidiking, can he keep FaZe alive? Still has time, but no kids in front of him behind the sofa. 2 versus 1. You do not need to peek if you're W7M. Absolutely make no movement, no noise, no sound. And JV has not given away his position. Now swings, I'll kill. You're kidding me. Vidiking, to do it like this on an SI Grand Final now creates the 1 versus 1 into red time. KZ can play the time. He doesn't have to do anything. Just allow him to plant and then swing at the last second. Vidiking cannot get off of this now. He sticks. He sticks it all the way. Pros do not fake. Not at this level. KZ to win the map. No! We are not finished on Bank. FaZe have got unfinished business. W7M, you are not taking it this easy. A 12th round is required.
Vidiking might be a support player. He might plant down the diffuser. He might dabble in Monty on occasions. But in the 1v1, down on match point, he will find the kill and he will take FaZe further into Bank.
I mean, there's a reason I picked him for my fantasy team. The rest of my team might have been pretty ordinary, but I tell you what, this man is absolutely key to the success for FaZe. Now 1 round away from potential OT.
I mean, let's replay that round, just the ending at least. Rappel in, unlock, that double window position never goes well.
Yeah.
But the keeper barriers, arguably, working in favor of the attackers. They had a little bit of cover. And also, yeah, we see the angle that Handy found. So the Rappel on in, we see the keeper right there on the screen, the H-chassis, it gets them in the building.
But does he need to pick that? Does JV need to make that President Stone? Yeah, obviously the kid in front of him, that then loses that position. You then lose the kid. You then allow that 1v1 because of the post-plant scenario that happened because he got that plant. JV probably is better off dying and getting swung on from his teammate. Unfortunately, these little moments, though, at this level, will get punished, and we saw that from Vidiking.
That's the thing. When the stakes are this high, when the crowd is getting so loud, you probably can't hear all that much as a player.
Nah.
And those small micro decisions, you will make a misstep at some point. It was a small mistake, but it did have an effect on the outcome of that round.
Well, the neutrals now begin to pray for overtime, sensing that this match deserves it.
Come on.
Vidaking, diffuser in hand, off the back of a huge clutch to keep his team's chances alive here on Bank.
Now, mind you, FaZe win this map, suddenly you're up 2-0 in a grand final.
Yeah.
And suddenly then you can find yourself one map away from winning said grand final. It would put so much pressure on W7M. Even then, also coupled with the fact that you had a 6-on-3 lead, the fact that you had 3 chances to close this out on your map, this is a massive round for W7M. FaZe, it's a free punch. They get a chance to send us to that infinite overtime.
Yeah. Good thing, though, I would say, W7M, they are on defense. They will set up the structure, the problems of FaZe they have to solve. And I would say, when the pressure is like this, that's where you want to be. You make the enemy make the first move. You make them feel the pressure, because the story right now is also FaZe. They might just lose this map. Oh.
Now, that was a half-hearted swing. Didn't want to overcommit.
Exactly.
And to be fair, nothing wrong with that. It's more of a close-angle check, I think, more than anything. 90 seconds left in the round. How quickly the time can dissipate for FaZe. That's okay. They've still got 5 players up, but for W7M, they've given up that map control firmly on site, down in basement, and it all comes down to this round now to see whether we go to overtime. Denial is there for W7M in terms of the plan. 1 Nitrous Assault, that's for Leapox, the 3 gas paves of Nade, and that's basically it. They don't have much else on the defense to deny a server push.
And we're back to classic FaZe. It's the calm before the storm, a 5 versus 5, a ton of utility still available for both teams as we close into the last 60 seconds. Will we go to overtime?
So, 50 seconds left and still a 5 versus 5. Who can create the opening punch that could have such devastating ramifications? Cyber through blue, and a mute Chamber for good measure as he gets rid of that Keeper barrier. Time the biggest factor. It's an ally now for W7M. Still 2 gas babes needs to be dealt with. How do you do that? You probably push through the rotate in deep towards site, planted the bomb chassis, could even drop hatch if need be, but Salt is not there with the kit. Now running up blue. They're opting for a change up. With 20 seconds left in the round, they have now gone for a hatch drop through Salt, the incendiary bolt to clear out. Right there, you could have just shot it with your gun. It's JV that gets the opening kill. Suddenly it's falling apart for FaZe. The drop is unsuccessful. It's advantage for W7M. Time the biggest factor. Salt says the second is under the plan. Nitrous Assault doesn't hit the mark. Drop down KDS. Getting by the kill. He absolutely gave it. Are you kidding me? Listen to Brazil as their local team gets a map in this grand stage of 6 Invitational Grand Final.
How you respond. Deadly from W7M. They're not going to overtime. They're going to lock it out 7-5.
They're here to play. They want it. And now the crowd reacting this way. They also know they have to support despite that sloppy start.
Yeah, 16 kills. What a performance and what a map. W7M, they've tied it all up. 1-1. Back to the desk.
We have a game on our hands. Gus, thank you very much. And what a comeback. We almost went into overtime. And a reminder for everybody, it is unlimited overtime on every single map of this best of 5 series. And we almost had it a map 2. But you know what we got at the end of it? A tie 1-1. Welcome to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos Dometic. With me are Fresh, Fabian, and Anlan. Let's get straight into it. Attack, information, W7M, bring it back.
Yeah, W7M, of course, we talked about they had to start on attack on this map, and they had an amazing start to this map. And I think that mainly came down to the fact that they had the information on these roamers, they had the right utility to deal with the setup that FaZe was bringing out as well. They had the Twitch to make sure they could deal with the Goyo canisters. They had the IQ to make sure that they could deal with the information that was coming out from FaZe. They were bringing the right things, and their players were stepping up too.
The players were stepping up massively. They were just playing a lot better than what they were on the first map, and it clearly shows.
And I think there's a reason for that. I think the reason for that is the fact that they are so familiar and comfortable with the map of Bank. They've obviously just been spanked on Oregon. They get onto Bank and they're thinking, right, what can we do? We're on a familiar map. We've got good information. Cool. That's allowed their players to settle down and settle into that process. I said on Oregon we didn't see the multi-kills coming out of JV, out of KZ. That's what we saw on this map. We saw all 3 of their frontline fraggers bringing in big multi-kills, one after the other, and that's because of all of those factors coming together.
and Herds was incredible, Fabian. Let's highlight our player and talk about him.
I mean, Herds just stepped up massively, especially in the first half. He went absolutely insane. And you talked about the multi-kills, Jack.
Yeah.
He just killed everybody. Anything that came into his scope was dead the second they stepped into it. And if you have a game like this, there's nothing that's going to stop you. Like, he just hits everything. On top of this, I think that we need to highlight, not maybe on the graphic, but Casey's map as well was incredible. It's just when you have players to step up in the comfortable zone, where they feel like, okay, we're at home in this map, you add on top of that gun skill, what's to stop them?
Getting an ace in the round and the highlight that we see, that signifies a lot of comfort. Is that the case for this entire team here at W7M Fresh?
Yeah, I think so. I think, like you say, you get them on the map picked, you get comfortable, and once you get over that line, they didn't really play Oregon at all, let's be honest.
Yeah,
7-1.
they didn't.
Once they get over that line, and each individual player had a big moment in that game on that front line. The win condition for W7M is the gun skill. It's the fact they get these rounds over the line by playing the man advantages, stringing these kills together, and that's what happened on bank. Each player had a moment. JV had a 4K, Hertz had an ace, KZ had consistent 3Ks on top of 3Ks. Once they've got that hoodoo off their backs, they look so much more comfortable.
Especially on that first round, they had a bit of a slower one, really dying on those entry engagements. But maybe in this case, they're more like those diesel engines that need a little bit of time, like you said, more so comfort on that second map as well, to make sure they really could step up for the team.
I think now we've seen the first two maps. We've seen both the maps that the team wanted for themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think if we look at it still a little bit objectively, FaZe absolutely demolished W7M on the map that they wanted. Now we had it to what FaZe or what W7M wanted themselves. And I don't think the demolishment was as close. I think that even if you look at the last round, FaZe execution on that round was pretty poor. And if that's how close it is when they're still playing pretty poor, I want to see when we go back to FaZe's map if they can come back to that demolishing round.
Reminder that FaZe Clan came in from the top seed, which gave them that map ban advantage, which is how they got on Oregon and were able to execute so well. And Fabian Fresh, thank you very much. That is our post map for map number 2. Alpha Mado is standing up for a telestration section. Explain.
Take a look now at how W7M is able to roam clear on bank. Now, we're taking a look at the defense from FaZe on open space, but extending here on the top floor. Now, how do you do that? You need 2 entries. That's W7M pressuring the roamers here by preventing them to go into CEO and meeting. At the same time, now you've got 2 cutoffs. The first one from main is preventing main retake, and at the same time, punishing any rotation from meeting to the staircase. The 4th cutoff is very powerful. Through a long angle, through meeting stock and stock walls, is pressuring meeting. Now, basically, 1 and 2, they create pressure. 3 and 4, they punish pressure. That's exactly what it's going to look like when we take a look at the round. KZ, Felipox pressuring from the entries, and this is Hertz holding a long angle onto meeting. He will get a first pick of movement created by the entries. And the second cutoff here on main will punish via the long angle the roamer onto the staircase. Really clean, roam clear from W7M, but it's not finished. They need to finish the round here. It's a 5v3. How do you execute? Your rappel on main needs to go through main and pressure the elevator hallway. At the same time, the rest of the team, the core here, is preparing the execute with the 2 hatches, and especially the Grim that will send the swarm bees onto the bomb site. And Hertz will come back through open space window. We let the round play out. Here, JV pressuring from main gets the first pick on the anchor, and at the same time, the pick on his trade. At this point, it's a 5v1. It's going at the same time with the execute. The swarmings are preventing anyone from being in the defense on the site. Easy collapse from W7M, really strong roam clear, really strong execute. That's W7M in attack for you on bank. If you want to see more from W7M versus FaZe, map 3 is coming after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to 6 Invitational 2024. Map number 3 is upon us, and that is Skyscraper. I'll be honest, I think all the way up at that building, they can hear the crowd here. Hundreds of stories all the way in South Korea. They can still hear 10,000 fans in Brazil and over 350,000 of you watching and screaming at home. We've broken records, so many of them here at SI, and we have some more to break through. Ceilings, they don't exist in Rainbow Six. Welcome back. Map number 3 about to begin. I'm Milos the Medic, your host. With me are Fresh, Fabian, and Anne, and let's get it started immediately. These teams, Skyscraper, what's their record looking like?
Well, something else is going to get broken here for sure, because both these teams have been unbeaten on this map since September. But for one team, of course, that is going to change here. This is FaZe's map pick, the opportunity for them to bring it back into the lead, and they almost got up to overtime last time on the bank, though, and something that they were doing very well was sometimes on the defense of W7M when they were cheeking for these opportunities, or they were trying to sneak past the attacking line. FaZe was able to punish them for that very well.
Fabian, play style on Skyscraper, how does it look like?
So I think that the map in itself plays out a little bit different because I think there are more hard corners and hard covers in defense that they can be utilized. We've seen a very attacker-favored maps so far. Both maps have been very much dominated by, I would say, very good attacks. But I think it's harder on Skyscraper. More crossfires available. It's harder to enter the building to begin with. So I think we're going to see more defense wins on this map.
And this is where we will see the playstyle differences between the two teams. This map layers it perfectly. As Fabian said, defenses are layered. Now, the biggest thing for that is W7M tend to just go through the layers. With that be good skill or utility. FaZe, they might look to go around those layers.
Closing thoughts, Anne?
Something I'm looking forward to is seeing Cyber on the buck. I mean, Jesse mentioned it during the call-in of that second map as well. He can really shine on that on the entry with the shotgun, with the close range, long range engagements. That's something I want to see from FaZe on their attacking half.
Well, friends, thank you so very much, Anne, Fresh, and Fabian. Who takes it here? Will we have extra maps? How is it gonna go? Are we feeling W7M or FaZe?
W7M.
Yo.
I think FaZe will take it. That's what in my books, because I just think the map fits their playstyle better, more crossfires, and I think they're a more technical team. WCMM are more gun heavy, and I don't think the map fits that well into that.
FaZe up. It's an easy one to go for. Actually, since you say this, we actually got an extra couple minutes to talk about things. So we thank production for that. Jack, I'm sorry I cut you off.
Milos, I'll be honest, can't hear you. Cannot hear you whatsoever. This crowd just got so loud. Would you mind repeating?
Well, you had a point on Skyscraper. I had to cut you off, unfortunately, but please go ahead.
So, W7M never picked Skyscraper. It's not, by preference, it's not a high preference map. However, they always leave it open. They're always happy to go there. And the reason, there's two things for that. One, the map actually suits the way that they attack with the split attacks because of the way that you can cut off between the terrace window and the shrine window, and then you can segment the map. And two, as Fabian said, it should be a defender-sided map because those who can't attack in that style struggle with the sweeps from across. So W7M actually love to play the map. It's just not a high preference for them. G2 yesterday picked into W7M and they found out why.
Well, Anne, you talked about Buck specifically here, but Fabian, what do you think we can see operator-wise on this map, and who is the player to watch for those specific ops?
I mean, what we've seen a lot of from W7M is Clash and Monty. This is a map where Monty plays in really well, so FaZe might want to get rid of that. I'm also a little bit worried for Ying. Ying is such a good operator to clear out all these hard corner obstacles or hard to enter positions where you just Ying inside and you get past all of that cover because, well, they can't see you coming in.
Who do you have to watch on the other side of FaZe, and?
I mean, I mentioned Cyber. You're definitely going to have to watch him. Souls has been amazing on those entries as well. Something I just remembered, though, during a Jönköping Major, W7M actually beat Liquid, another team from Brazil, 7-0 on this map. So they're definitely going to feel comfortable on this one.
All right, my friends, we are ready for our third map. Fresh, Fabian, and...
Yes, I have a third team. I think Jinx is going to win this game.
Oh, God, here he is.
No, okay.
Here he is. Thank you very much for that, friends. Let's toss it back to our casters. Map number 3.
Yeah, and clearly a very defensive-sided map, Skyscraper. Very much the most defensive-sided map that we have at the tournament thus far. But so far, these two teams have been attacking really, really well. So I'm curious to see what's going to prevail, attack or defense.
I mean, W7M have awoken from their little slumber on map number 1. Herds as well, out of hibernation. And this third map is going to be absolutely wild.
I really think the opening duels, the first kill will define so many of these rounds, and it's going to be on the attack to the side. The better attacking team, they will likely take this map.
As we head into the third map, by the end of it, one team will find themselves one map away from winning this 6 Invitational. As we head into Skyscraper, FaZe Clan and W7M go toe-to-toe once again. So far, 1-2-1, taking their own respective map picks. Again, though, now for FaZe, they go to a comfort map. They go to Skyscraper, but they begin on the attack in what is the most defender-sided map we have.
So I really want to talk about the operator bans. Fabian kind of briefly touched over it. Ying, Monty, very crucial. Could definitely be the operators we banned out. No, Ying, Grim actually, still 2 meta operators. I will say this though. We spoke about Clash in Oregon. Was not played. Was not shown on Bank. It can be played on Skyscraper. Of course, FaZe would not ban it themselves. They'll again work around the intel and the counter intel. W7M, the final ban in the call, it's going to be a defender.
W7M have been quite varied in their bans throughout this event.
Oh, okay.
Fenrir the most banned, but it's Kaid, interestingly enough, this time around. So Bandit Mute will now be priority for wall denial. But as you alluded to as well, the Clash has snuck through.
So we're seeing a lot of the same kind of bans throughout this tournament, Nick, where the Grim, Ying got banned out on Oregon, again here on Skyscraper, the Ying as well back on Bank that we just had, and also the same defensive operator bans too, the Solars and the Kaid. So clearly, at least for these teams, they're quite comfortable with these bans. I think they will be very prevalent for the remainder of this grand final.
Yeah, I was going to say no new bans from either of these 2 teams, but one thing to note here is that W7M, they have played 27 maps so far. Before this grand final started, they have banned 18 different operators. However, FaZe have played 19 maps. They've banned 16. My point is that both of these 2 teams, throughout the entirety of SI24, have been banning very different operators based on their opponent. But this is a best of 5 against the same team. So, of course, it's not a big surprise. We're going to see the same kind of operators being banned out because that's what the enemy team would like to play.
So away we go. Third map of the grand final. FaZe and W7M so far giving us a spectacle that is very much befitting of SI24 in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with 10,000 strong watching inside of the arena, with viewership records being broken around the world. 1-1, but by the end of this one of these 2 teams will find themselves one map away from writing their names in the history books.
Over to TU Karaoke we go then for round 1. As mentioned, Kaid banned out, so it's the Mute then for Waldenar here on top of drones as well for W7M. Perhaps a preset play brewing here though from FaZe. Keep in mind, Valkyrie in play, so info the name of the game, Cyber. Able to time KZ, but unable to find the kill.
Damage matters though. No Dog being played, no Thunderbird either. Not really present in the current meta game. So KC, who's a very offensive player, will be, playing a bit further back, go to side, kill things up, using default caps, etc. Because when you have half health, 1 or 2 bullets is enough to take you down. So W7M, not the greatest start for them. But they got fallback options. They got 1 C4. They got those Val cameras.
And I'm looking at this attacking structure from FaZe. Handy is the only player lurking on the other side of the map currently. So it might be a more forceful take here through Geisha. A little bit more direct from FaZe as opposed to taking full map control.
Yeah, and FaZe, of course, have been quite direct in their approach and their attack so far throughout the first 2 maps that we've seen. We saw how dominant they were on Oregon, clearly as well on Bank. And I'm maybe expecting that as well in Skyscraper. There's 2 ways you can go, Nick. Direct or that sweep across. Right now, a lot of pressure on that Geisha position. They can still go for a rotate later on. The good thing about Skyscraper, I think at least for FaZe, it plays into their strengths. Slow approach, concise, and then eventually hit site fast.
I agree with you. I do think this favors their playstyle. It's all about that middle round. Early, you should only find kills on the attack if defenders are running at you taking those fights. It's all about that last minute. We're entering that territory right now. Handy up a staircase, looking for what could be a great flank.
He's been lurking for some time as the kills will light up that feed. 60